everybody! How are you all doing today? How are you all doing today? Hello, Lisa. Hello, Psych. Hello, Rocket. Oh, that's already a stretch and hydrate. Okay, we just got here, but I can do a stretch. Man, I'm already popping as I stretch. That's not a good sign. Oh my gosh, everything is happening all of a sudden. Once again, I look like my face is just melting on the sides. Well, hopefully that means everybody's doing good. Hopefully. Okay, let me.
Hey guys, 2 quick questions.
We just started.
What the fuck am I looking at? Number 2, can you stop?
But we just started. Kelly, we just started. We just started.
For 5 seconds.
We just started, Kelly. Oh.
Oh no.
Anyway. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Yay! Okay, let me. I forgot to get Steam open, but that's okay. I'm just being attacked. Oh, apparently there's a One Piece game Steam wanted to tell me. Oh, I wonder if Mal knows about it. Mal really likes One Piece. Let's see. Oh gosh, everything is in a different place. There we go. Snorlax did a backflip, did it? We're just like, nyum. Okay. But yeah, I honestly don't remember what has happened in the previous thing. I don't know if anybody's dead. I don't know if we're about to go to the Golden Land or if we just barely started. I know that we're talking to Beatrice as Battler, that's about it. Also, it's like weirdly dark already. I guess it's very overcast. It is very windy over here, so hopefully no power decides to go out. That would kind of be a bummer. Okay, let me make sure everything is correct. Let me see. I'm just behind the scenes, seeing. There we go. That should be good. Okay. Spoopy setup, yes. And then we can go over here. Hello, good apple boy. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you enjoy the lurk. Okay. And then let me see. I have more of me on screen this time around, just since, you know, wanna show more of myself off. But you know, I'm covering most of you guys. Some people died. Beatrice is sending mixed signals, and Battler is still a creep. Yeah. Hopefully he stops flirting with his cousins at one point soon. That's a little weird. That's a little sus. Alert to head hurty. Oh no! Hopefully your head feels better, Risa. You'll be able to check Discord after stream. I remember seeing the message and I totally spaced on responding. I'm sorry. I do that. I do that a lot, and I don't mean to. I just look at a message and it's like, oh, I should respond to that. And then I trick my brain into thinking I've already responded when I know I haven't. But I will respond after stream, yes. Or during the break. One of those two. Whichever comes first. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Oh right, I forgot. You were a new person. Pardon me. Battler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Ronove, I think, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he had held was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. Ooh, I want some cookies. I pre-ordered Atomic Heart. I'm so excited for it to release in 40 days. That sounds familiar. What is that? I need to turn on a lamp. It's so dark in here for some reason. It's not even, it's like barely noon. Why is it so dark over here? I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my. Such a shame. The cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully they would be wasted on a mere human. I don't remember if I gave Sonove like a specific voice. Really the brightest time of the day, right? It should be. It's just so overcast and windy. The typhoon is real. It's coming for me now. Bioshock boost over. Oh, I think I know. Yeah. I think. maybe I'll look it up and look at the visuals. I'll know. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than Beato, who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when my lady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. He just puts it in the corner. Fallout Soviet Bioshock and actually good because it wasn't made by Fallout developers. Burn! I'm vaguely interested in Bethesda's like space game, their version of Outer Worlds. Because it's basically a thing of just like, oh, Outer Worlds did really good and that was by Obsidian Studio that made everyone's like favorite Fallout game. We should do that. People will love it. I probably won't get it on launch, but I'm very intrigued. I love the overly smug but still annoying agrees with you character, right? In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island and then that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there is 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants who were sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with, I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve was wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can be often accomplished. Battler-sama, you use the theory as about a 19th person as a sphere. Or spear, rather, not a sphere. Or should I say, a shield. You can believe that there isn't a witch and think that there's someone else here. True. In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly! Like in the first game, where Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone had appeared to be dead earlier, was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. Compass, golden compass, soon. Right? I think I never had a chance to play Golden Compass. Maybe one day. when I go on a kick of playing retro games. Maybe that'll be this year. I don't know. Because I still want to play Xenosaga. But like that's gonna take a lot of time. Because I'm gonna want to play the whole trilogy. It's a movie. Oh, right! The movie that was based on a book. I never finished the book series, but like, I remember really enjoying it. I think it was produced by Lionsgate, right? So a lot of people have like a notion against like Lionsgate movies. So I don't know. Maybe if another studio picks it up, maybe that would be good. Because I remember really liking the book. How do you force feed people enough candy and poppity pop? Right? That is really strange. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument is easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18th person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? Just punches him in the stomach. Golden Compass or Dark Matters. I remember there was this one book that I read. I think it was Inkheart or something, or maybe that was a sequel. But I remember really liking it and wanting it to be a movie. That and like there was this book series I read in like middle school called Uglies, and I felt like it would have been like really good as a movie, but like they never picked it up. Which how popular that book series was at the time. I'm very surprised that they didn't make it into a movie. How will you rebuttal? Kidney punch, kidney punch, kidney punch. I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like, there's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. When you try and make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show us some proof, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human, and some moves can only be used in a game against a witch. They're cheap moves, and that's what this devil's proof is, because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, separate from the Ushidomiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. It's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does, because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and defy Beatrice's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now! If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th person human exists, you can't deny that either! In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'll be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So, you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time, it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those, especially the one where, you know, all the candy and pop and all that stuff was bursting out of the stomachs. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's kind of hard. There's a lot of good books that never got into movies or shows, like Halo. I have a friend who was a collector's edition of the Inkart series. They once said if their house was on fire, those books would be the one thing they save. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember, I only remember bits and pieces of it because it's been like years since I read it. But like, I remember, I was gifted the second book in the series, but like, the place that my parents got it from, like the person that was opening the box just cut right into like the spine. I think it was like the paper cover for it, but it was just like hastily taped up, and it's just like, okay. I see how it is, parents. But not really. Okay. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination, but what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me if I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you have become so devious now that you are in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I had. Still, it isn't bad as a first step, or for the time being. I just looked at the last book I read, it was no longer human. Oh. I'm currently reading a book. It's Legends and Lattes. It's like a cute, cozy, like coffee shop book with an orc and a succubus that just want to, you know, change their ways and just have a coffee shop. And there's a little ratkin, a little mouse that like makes the little baked goods, and it's really cute. It's cozy. I thought it would be like kind of romantic, but like I'm 2/3 of the way in the book and there's no romance yet. But it's cute. It's cozy. You guys heard the book series Wheel of Time? I don't think so. No. Yeah, Legends and Lattes. It's really cute. It's cozy. And then before that, I read Such Sharp Teeth, which was a werewolf book. And it was really good, except for like the last chapter felt a little rushed, but that's just me. Battler-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, and there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. We'll never know about the Raven. That or she's gonna be like, the Raven is my favorite thing! The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Run away, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you finally show up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that, right? How rude. Or how rude? Is that true? If you Google Hempel's Raven, the second result is this game. Oh my gosh. So it's very... So either this is the first time out of many that this is going to be referenced, or this thing isn't really used all that often. Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? Can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contraspective. Or contrapositive, rather. In other words, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equal not ravens, you would reach the same argument? If you go through the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? But what about crows? Except don't judge a book by its cover. A lot of people thought the latest Gundam series was a rom-com, but then the dude auto-terminated it because he lost a fight with MC and another got scattered. Oh, I see. Well, it's still a cozy book, even if there's no romance. I was typing what the paradox was, but Beatrice was explaining it. Yeah. That's a paradox? Oh, okay. Yeah, no kidding. I've got no idea what you're saying. Battler-sama, what about this example? Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner, with a cookie inside. Of course, the other is a loser and is empty. That or one has gum and the other has caramel in it. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. Then, if A then B is true, then if B then not A is also true. Carmel, is that a reference? It was something that happened in Higurashi, where it was, I think it was like the second last chapter, and it was our first actual choice. And it was just like, you know, It was talking about time loops, I think. But it was basically like, you know, pick a box. One of them has a good thing, one of them probably not as good. And like one of them you have a gum, and then you're like, I'm curious, and you go back, and then it's like, okay, so yeah, you came back. Was the other thing better, or was the first thing that you got better? Only you can say. A leads to B, therefore you don't have B. If you don't have B, you don't have A. Yeah. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you chose the box at random, whether it's the winner or... Oh, we are back? I think. Are we back? It said it's connected. Are we connected with sound? I don't know. Hello? Hello? No sound! Are we good? Are we good? Hopefully. Hopefully. I think. Do we still not have sound? Wait, do we not have sound still? Okay, we do. Okay. Okay. Yay! I don't know why my OBS does that. It's really annoying. I thought it stopped with doing that, but okay. What happened? I don't know. I'm just vibing, doing my thing, and then OBS is just like, OBS has disconnected. And it's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just playing my game. Stop crashing on me. Cause like it's not fully like freezing or anything. It's just like, I'm not connected anymore. I'm gonna reconnect without sound. Have fun. Aren't I great? But we're back, and usually it only does that once. Knock on wood. I think this is wood. Yeah. That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hamful's raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches? Very well, I will teach you about my move. First of all, you're stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What do you mean? Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ronave, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie-in-a-box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18th person box and a 19th person box, so the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18th person box. Because the cookie is not in there, you have, paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person box. That... Then the 19th person is Maria too. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18th person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18th person attack. What the hell? If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18th person box. All I've done is say that the other way around. Yes? So that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person, you've already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. So Beato is saying even though the reverse of a statement can be true, it doesn't mean the reverse of every statement can stay true, thus breaking Battler's claim it's a paradox. Oh no! Dang, witches paradoxing everything. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous to me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more of the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of those boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beato struck back. Now if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all of those 18 boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are all innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, it'll be almost absolutely impossible. Yeah, she's not gonna let you look at all the boxes. I like how they're just using normal human literary techniques as impossible witch powers, right? You can examine the inside of a few of the boxes, Valor. They're filled with candy, right? Well, I think that was in the previous loop, because I think we're in chapter 3 now, but I don't remember if anyone's dead or not. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. Maybe it hasn't been the first Twilight yet. Because, like, I feel like I would remember, like, what would happen in the first Twilight, because, you know, that's like 5 or 6 deaths. I have no idea what's going on with the loops. I think I somehow missed everyone. Oh no! That's okay. It's like when you were watching Higurashi and you would only show up in the fun happy times and be like, wait, people die in this? That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure that the person's innocence, sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has a bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. Yeah, Higurashi, they were playing baseball and then playing in the forest and all happy fun times, right? I think you, like, completely missed the last 2 chapters, too, if I remember right. Which there was, like, next to no happy fun times in the last 2 chapters, especially the end of the second to last chapter. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around, and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition all humans except me equal foolish. Normally, I would have to explain all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. Wait, you're a... I thought you were a demon, though. Are you... Are you saying that you're human with that statement? I didn't think I was a fan of games like these, but Umineko has been fun. It really has. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort that you'd need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hampel's Raven, the contrapositive is that the proposition would change into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equal foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show that in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It is truly the strongest and fastest QED in the world, this Hampel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument! It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed equal servants of a god, the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god equals he must not be blessed. So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So, by using Hampel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy. It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete, and now in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist, I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? Beatrice, if you were wise, you'd have come here and just murked everyone instead of playing these word games, right? Well, she's just having fun. For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Maybe. Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the sphere you've drawn. And then, forcibly, gouge it in! We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan on keep thinking on this level? Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I've talked about a 19th person to keep it simple. But if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. So hypothetically, if Battler says the perfect statement that proves everything, what would that even accomplish? I don't know. Going to the Golden Land, maybe? I'm not 100% sure. Because with the epitaph, all that stuff happens and then they go to the Golden Land, but like, it seems the Golden Land is just death. Or like this room specifically. Not sure. I feel like we're still like pretty early on in here, so there's still a lot of questions. But I guess like the thing that they're trying to accomplish is not having these like death loops happen. I don't know. I don't think Battler wants to go to the Golden Land. Probably not. He's the only one that doesn't want to go. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think of a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you will make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see, I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts, I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you have been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beatrice? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. I'll twist my logic even more. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And then when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, I don't know how many. A 643582235796732 fourth person. I didn't know how many numbers were there. Do you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Well then, how would you kill my endless? Just try and show me. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Here it comes. When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be able to permitted to create 101st person. See, Battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face. Just punch. What? What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I've driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You've brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time? Oh, what do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see, what will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beatrice's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Beatrice's flavor. What? If she had a Gamer Subs flavor, what do you think Beatrice's flavor would be? I feel like aesthetically it would be like kind of golden. They would have like, do you think they would have edible glitter? Maybe. Because you would get that swirling effect. The red truth? Maybe. Maybe just like a whole line. A line of Beatrice flavors. I just made Shiley like, yeah, I wanna get it, but like I need to wait until I get some money to justify buying it, just in case. I always like to have an amount for like just in case like things. Like if I need to buy Taco Bell. Put it on your throne. Maybe you can suggest it. You can suggest it and I'll get an email and then I can add it and then that way I can just press a button. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for you to... Or also, if you don't want to deal with throne fees... If you don't want to deal with throne fees... You can just send me the money and then I can use discount codes Because I don't think I can do a discount code with Throne for it. I don't know. Because I don't know if Throne is partnered with GamerSups or not. I don't know. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me and read that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat! Saying and read that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof of counter arguments can change that. Until now, she's used to that Okay, come on, brain. We just started. We can do this. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. Okay, Throne would do it on their end, but make you pay full price, yeah. Because I know, like, Throne has changed, so that way, like, if it's not one of their partnered stores, they'll just, like, send you the money to buy it yourself. Like, they make you set up a Stripe thing to, like, order it yourself, but, like, it doesn't actually give you the money for, like, a week. It's interesting. It's definitely more convenient for, like, the partnered things. So, like, Amazon and Etsy. But, like, yeah. Yeah, they do that for Amazon and Walmart gift cards. That makes sense for gift cards. But, like, I don't know, I'm gonna be honest, it seems kind of silly to me that they charge you more to, like, make you use the money yourself to order it. If it's not, like, a partnered store. Like, it made sense before when it was like, oh yeah, this isn't a partnered store, but, you know, like, you'll spend extra because, you know, it's not as convenient for us to order it for you. But then, like, now it's just like, if it's not a partnered store, you're ordering it yourself, bucko. give us $20 more than it actually is. for our convenience fee of not doing anything, of sending you the money. But, you know, the throne stays just as a thing of, like, you know, things to keep in mind of things that I want, and, like, I don't know how much the fee is for the non-partnered stuff, but you could probably do some calculations for the other fees with the help of the Idolmaster controller, because that is just about $100. So if you, like, do some math with what it shows on Throne, you can kind of see the percentage and then just send. I don't know if Throne wants me to do that, but yeah, no. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. Although now that I think about it, PayPal also does a little bit of a fee when you send money, but I don't know how much it is. I think it's like a small amount, though. It's like 10%, maybe? Maybe 5? It's like a small amount. Because I think it's 10. Because if I get sent 150, I think PayPal takes like 15 of it, so I think that's 10%. Yeah. Place Battler or Kiryu in this game would have ended a long time ago, right? Even faster if you replaced it with Majima. Kiryu-chan. Yeah. And at one point, I want to play the Yakuza series on stream at one point, but it's like mainly a thing for me and my elves. But like, I want Peach to play it, and then I could be there with her. I want to see her experience Yakuza because it's fun. It's a very fun series. I think she would like it. I see you playing it after stream. Yeah. That was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. It's like last night we were doing some money grinding, so that way we could fight the like secret boss, which they're tough. They're real tough. I need more spicy knives. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven. First, you have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit, that's right. That must be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner that makes her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory conditions is the denial of witches, then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one, intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. In red, you will never defeat me. It's just like, oh damn. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red, no matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. All the sounds are too quiet. No! Why are they too quiet? I brought up the sound a little bit. I even like deleted the one that was like way too quiet. Maybe... Oh, maybe it's because it goes through... Oh, it's because I have my desktop audio like really low. Let me see if I can... Oh gosh. What is it? I know I have it over here. Just... I saw it earlier. There it is. Okay. If we copy that and then paste it. I don't know if that'll do anything. It might have the throwing thing be very loud, but you should be able to hear stuff now. Maybe. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island in total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Okay, I think that worked. Is it a good volume? I forgot to move stuff around. I mean, I think I did a little bit, but not too much. Not too much. I don't know. I need to adjust a few things. It was louder than before. Yeah, okay. So that means that it's okay. It's audible. Runove cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to get is getting cold, milady. Runove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Battler! I guess that wasn't really the tone of voice that that fit the face that she's making, but you know, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Oh, the usual, you say? Then, by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it! On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say that in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will still be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it! On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. Whew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced up the red by using that move, which would have been as good as forking a rook in the king. This was a big sign as my advantage. That's right, the culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone, and since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. The person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in the hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right, you aren't a witch or anything like that. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades. Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years a human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all the tricks that are impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group. That huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through the enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It can only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good for controlling the territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this, but Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck, because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in those cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving the on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, the red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. Just watch her, say the thing. She just had to think about it. Witches don't exist and only witches can talk in red. Right? She could do that. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. There's 18 and a half people, so... I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's out of the 18 as I want? Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you have told me. Isn't that enough for you? Or for now, the reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed. That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. To think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed treasured sword. So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. Because yeah, I think it's like just barely before the first Twilight, if I recall correctly. Which there were a few weeks in between, so I probably could be remembering wrong for all I know. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Ronove's applause. Spectacular, Battler-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she's guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it's only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. BRB a few minutes? Okay! This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Battler-sama, would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all of the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Runaway, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happier. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and felt silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you got. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Rosa will explain on her behalf. Oh wait, did we not even read the letter yet? Are we that early on? Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? I forget what her voice sounds like. Rosa? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong, Rosa-san? We've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time, she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you could protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry. Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The beds in our guest room have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? If there's something you're worrying about, or is there something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about? At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kide's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, She swallowed whatever she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from the usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after another, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice, I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. That woman in the portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? What? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream, but it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Ah! It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself. Rosa-san! I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning. And second, it backs up our earlier guesses. Or earlier guess. Not multiple guesses. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? And when could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault and it's not like I killed her. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsuhi-san, the pitcher, please. Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Oh man, it transitions there? Wait, do we not get to know? Are we not gonna get to know? Is it just gonna transition to a different scene entirely and just leave us on a cliffhanger? Or is this the story? This might be the story, because this looks kind of foresty. The music's happy, so it gives me the feeling of it's in the past. Wait, what if she's talking about the other Beatrice? Because we know in this one, for some reason, there's two Beatrices. Could be. So wait, have we actually looked at the portrait for this time around? I don't know if we have. I don't know if we have, as the player, have seen the portrait. Maybe it's talking about the other Beatrice. Oh my gosh. Beatrice, I've been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? So it's this one. Were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Who am I? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion, is that not so? And what more could you want to know? I do not know. What is this? What is this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in a maze of thoughts that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me, after all? There's nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here, and how long will I have to continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it is a waste with all this fine weather? What's this all about? It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then. Wondering who you were? That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once. Philosophical, that's how you say it, yes. Wondering what meaning there is in their life? Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I'd lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that. I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That's what I also hoped to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say, that was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably wouldn't believe it anyway. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who lived for 1,000 years. But at one point I was summoned by Kinzo, and by that hidden art I was bound as its prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushinomiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold. Indeed. That is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. Oh no! That is stigmatism too. Or with astigmatism too. To fall in love with you of all things. Battler, you shush. You're heckin'... You heckin' like your cousins. You have no way to speak to Beatrice like that. Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me in this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult, but who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who'd believe in such a weird story? As I thought. You don't believe me? All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You were the 19th person on Rokenjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rokenjima. A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kura Dorian, 9 Birds Retreat. Ooh. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torian, Visitor's Retreat. Yeah, Toraiyan. I see, the naming sense is similar. So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret. Isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me on his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Miss another reset? Nope. We are in the past, and it went to a scene where Beatrice was asking Kinzo like who she was, and like not necessarily like just the name, but like just who and all that. Well, we're looking at the past. And Rosa, when all the cousins were at the table, or the adults at the table, she was like, no, there's no way Beatrice would have given me the letter. I killed her. And it just went to this past where it's just like, who am I? So it's like, I don't know. So I was theorizing, well, like maybe at the beginning of this chapter, we did get shown a different character who was also named Beatrice. So it could be that person. I don't know if we've like seen the portrait in this timeline, because I know the portrait in the previous one was different from the portrait in the first one. So it's possible, but I don't remember if we've seen the portrait for this timeline quite yet. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I've got no idea what you said at the end there. You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. But I want to know, Beatrice. I want to know what's going on. Tell me. If Valor doesn't care, you can tell me. I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was... well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it. Do you think Beatrice can break the fourth wall? Probably. I mean, yeah, I would say so, especially in the question mark scenes. I was gonna say the tea time scenes, but those are specifically her like messing with the last survivor. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Sure, something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. So in other words, you described that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Anyway, I am an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death? So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Is that you? Isn't that you sitting carefree on the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Huh. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I mean my body relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Huh. I'm like thinking back into the first scene that we saw in this chapter where there were the two Beatrices. So, Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit such power, tying down a dead soul, is not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then, Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron and steel. Only one thing remained. What? You weren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So to sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather ostensibly courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide, but you weren't clever enough to finish the job? Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus, and I was born out of a test tube. What? Huh? But that's crazy. That isn't even possible, right? Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life, and simply to shut my soul up in the cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want, I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. What's with the unpleasant attitude? In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden in here. But the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow the story about witches. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here picking at my earwax or something. Punch. When I started acting cold, Beatrice seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy-to-understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because of her chromosomes or XX. I'm still weak to her because she's a woman and she has big ol' honkers. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack. Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? Battler likes Beato. Like, I think it's just because she's a girl. He's just like, Beato has booba. If I treat her well, maybe I can touch booba. I shall pay attention to her. After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Bonave. Enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. Oh my gosh. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Run away, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly, I will make an effort. Are we gonna get the story of Beatrice from Runaway now? Beato's short temper peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. Ah, Battler, you dummy. You dummy. Now you're not gonna know anything. After that, only Runaway and the scent of the black tea were left. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Oh, wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some tea, some sugar and milk? Just milk would be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Well, it would be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. It just cuts to another scene entirely. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something? Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in an homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. Why would you confess your love to a baby? This ain't Twilight. You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in the hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age she'd been? Correct. That is what I am saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. And you're saying that the Beato sitting in the that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair? Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice, then he fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then... no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, but then he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as a reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant? If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadori and... was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokenjima. No matter the circumstances, raising a child and then trying to get them with them is weird, right? Absolutely. That is absolutely disgusting. What? I mean, I guess we know where Battler gets his interests from. That is the place where we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Ronave used the red to say that Koadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from milady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronave could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, it might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Koadorian and that conversation she had with the grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like this in that place. I swapped the that and this, but that's okay. Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. Stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. That would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, that would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there could be no draws in the game between you and milady. Therefore, Okay, come on, we can do this. We can do this. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff, but simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right? If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler-sama? Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument and that would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would have been reached, there would be no existing moves left. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit, and that would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited. Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I am pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island. If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Ronave made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy is so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right, I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did this happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. The world of 19 years previous. Wow. I keep forgetting that we're like before the 2000s. Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No. If I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. I don't think that's what that word was. Posthumous? Posthumous? Probably that one. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. Posthumous means after death. Oh, okay. So, like, he's theorizing that the mother, like, died while giving birth, right? I think that makes sense. Right? That's what that means? I don't know. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure is in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happened to be Milady. Monove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead? I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Monove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It really is Fullmetal Alchemist, right? It was her, that oldest sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that... Battler! If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy booty, I wouldn't be able to keep up with her torture game.
Monove-sama. So, you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama.
My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red too. Come and talk again anytime you like. Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Monove incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Netan cocked her head curiously.
Monove-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry.
I don't know what voices to give the steaks, because they all look very similar. Yes, let us go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have a feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back.
Monove-sama!
Yes. If you'll excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak Nechan let out a thunderous cry, Monove laughed frivolously and disappeared, as if running away.
Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this, even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they've got nothing better to do? Sheesh.
Why so grumpy, Necha? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one?
How thoughtful. Then, shall I take one?
I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
Thank you. That's not how you eat a cookie.
As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails of 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant, and for a while, I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the tables a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now, all I could do was let a bead of sweat, a cold sweat drip down. Whoa, Nechan, isn't it about time you cut your nails?
It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name. The honored furniture who serves Beatrice-sama, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it.
And why would I regret it exactly? I can't really think of a reason.
Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest. Okay?
Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Battler.
Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait.
Because, I mean, Battler, she was talking about gouging your insides. If you want her to say the same thing in, like, a spicy situation, I mean, good on you for, like, taking the initiative and being like, yeah, I'll be a bottom. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Krie intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. Battler sometimes has good taste. Not all the time. Like, I'm trying to think of percentages. But yeah, like a majority of the time, bad takes. But yeah, no. Being topped by Lucifer. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. Well, this Lucifer, yeah.
This one, anyway.
How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably? Though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't catch up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-sama? Rosa-san? She's not a sama. Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Klaus Nisan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nisan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nisan. I never stood out, I didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd ever even been born into the Ushiromiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokanjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. Man, there's a lot of unaliving here. I wanted to disappear, or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I'd try to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushinomiya house, maybe and become lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushinomiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. Wow. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talents as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. There's no time for sarcasm. So you managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's hidden mansion? Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsuki-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself, might be resting there. On Rokanjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or helped the businessmen who constructed this mansion about what happened at that time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nisan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Klaus and Eva already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Such calming music for a murder scene. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Majima! There he is. He blended really well in, actually. He ended up popping out of a really nice spot. Suddenly, I came across something that I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked, so at that time I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At that time, I believed in the legend of the witch of the forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. She's two-story tall fence? Maybe. Well, I mean, probably. It could have also seemed like super tall to her because she was in like roughly 20 years ago. So she said like somewhere around middle school age. So, you know, you're still vaguely small. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like depending on who you are, still growing then. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall and it didn't look like I was able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height. No matter how far I went, it didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in that forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion? I don't know if it was a hidden mansion that we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came into the garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. That honestly scared me. I didn't know what was happening for a moment. What do you mean? My little arms? Are my arms scary? Are they? Are they? Arr. 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 To think that on Rokenjima, where I thought we only lived, there could be a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we knew so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, rather. But it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then, I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. The wind made that track very loud all of a sudden. Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew silently calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other, because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiromiya Rosa. Ushiromiya? Oh, one of Kinzo's family? Huh? Yes, I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, Father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics, so I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress in the flower garden in the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole purpose. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said that, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. I am locked into this mansion. Please let me leave. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she ask for help? Was that before her soul getting trapped? I feel like it probably is. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes. Really, just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just a witch from Father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seemed she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I had come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I had managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never go near the forest because of the wolves that lived there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the witch of the forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to a story about the witch. Oh my gosh. He's just heckin' like, wolves, I want to pet the puppies. And Kinzo was just like, oh damn, I need to think of something else. If I let them go into the forest, they're gonna find Beatrice. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? I see. So even Rudolph's son used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate, if Father is the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rokkenjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds, the Ushidomiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds. Wolves aside, there could have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time. Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rokkenjima. That fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch. But she was somehow very childish. She was... how should I put it? Too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad after all? Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something. She said that she just happened to be alone on the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say.
Hello, Sans, how are you doing? Yes, I am back in my new form. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute?
I'm maternal, yes. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father.
Oh, my face! My face! You look so cute! You look so cute! It's so cute. Maggie, I did this all by myself. All by myself.
Yeah, I gotta start with that. Gotta have the small scan. Because we did have some of the larger scans. But, you know. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. How much younger? What? This family. This family is way too sus. We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot, there's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? You had me worried for a second you quit.
No. I had a little break because I wasn't able to stream for like 2 weeks. I posted it on my Twitter because that's where I put my schedules. It's kind of tricky to like have that be on just Twitter or just Twitch, but blah, 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 blah.
I had already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It was the same expression I saw on her face in the beginning. Sorry, I never watched Twitter.
It's all good. It's understandable. But yeah.
Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought I might have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize, so I remained silent, too, for a long, long time, until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Why is this track much louder? Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh? Yes, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, it might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. You genuine smile from Beatrice, right? She's like, yay, the wolves don't eat me. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But That isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her, beyond just being cut off from the world. It seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave the mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Ne-san that I felt sorry for her bird in a cage, she said this: "The bird only knows about the inside of the cage, doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. "Do you want to try going outside the fence?" "There really aren't any wolves?" "There aren't. You'll definitely be safe." "I want to leave. But the gate is already closed. There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through." "If we go through there, will there be a world outside?" "Yes." "There really aren't any wolves?" Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. "I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside. And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born." I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she had to say that she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. Wonder who's more ara-ara, who's likely to ara human Beato or witch Beato? I don't know. I feel... That is a good question, because I feel like both of them aren't too likely. Because I feel like human Beato would be like, "I don't know what that means." She'd be like, did I do it right? And then Witch Beato would be like, "You dare insinuate that I would give in to your whims? First, you have to strip and kiss my toes, and then maybe I will consider saying such vulgar words." So I guess in that way, human Beato would say it more, but just not with the same gusto. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. Oh no! I've been tricked. And despite that, she made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. "I want to see." See what? "I want to see a zoo." I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a far-sightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face. "When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters, I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them?" "Huh? Yes." I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. Maybe. No, maybe it's better to say that she's never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So, I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please, take me from here, Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. It was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father, and not mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or One-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. Is she gonna just fall? Is she gonna just fall unconscious when she leaves the gate? Maybe that's why Rosa thinks that she killed her. She was all nervous, checking to make sure that there were no wolves around. But once that fear dissipated, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it, and then they were all real trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. Okay, so she didn't drop as soon as like Vision in WandaVision, yeah. Thankfully it's not that, it seems. So now that she's traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually the complete opposite. She'd left a world she'd believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement, but I was actually at a loss of what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There was no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized that it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I had imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue what trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun, so I definitely had to lead the way through this forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Oh no. Just looking at the title of that clip, I know like what part you clipped out of context. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the forest, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I went all this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock hill. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest so long. so I figured that an open area, even a rocky cliff, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I had been able to get down. Then, I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought I'd be okay. Is this where it happens? Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful, but if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you are doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous. Where's my automaton? There he is. Though she knew it would get dark when the night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest would be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If I looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. Just realized the hairpins jiggle. Yeah! They jiggle and wiggle. Mostly when I do this. Not so much up and down. And then a little bit this way. Just a wee bit. Not as much wiggle as my hair, though. But looking from the top, it almost felt like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Oh gosh, I hope you guys heard it because I barely heard it over the background. Please be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed. I shall be careful. It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island, but there should be lots of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there, whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to the aquarium for those. And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Oh, and dolphins? They're really smart fish and... Oh, weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. Oh, and then what about penguins? Aren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. Well, there aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Ho ho! I really am looking forward to that. Yeah! She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. This is where she heck dies, and Rosa blames herself. Her body separated from the cliff, and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Yeah, that would be traumatizing to a child. So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her? Rosa. Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Ava's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died! It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her, shook her, but she refused to respond, not even blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. I was just... Battler, why do you make me say these things? I was just flirting with your Nechan friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Battler, were you not even paying attention to the story? Were you just flirting with the steak girls? Just flirting in the... Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died, I think is what the word said. I don't know, I clicked enter too early. What the hell? Even though you showed up as a 19th person, you were already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible! Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was panicked. It's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably alive and pretending to be dead or something. Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? Magic. Kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. She stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague, like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, but her head had... Oh no. Yep, that was from Beatrice's perspective. Beatrice had fallen upside down from the cliff that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Battler, please. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. It makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead, but she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain over her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit altogether. I found out I could have a mini window for the sound alert, so I'll have those ready to go. Oh, okay. Also, like, I love how Battler's just, like, trying to convince himself that, like, no, she's totally alive. You know, she just had, like, a bunch of cans of, like, ketchup or jelly in her dress and just fell right on the right way so that way it wouldn't hurt her, but it would break all the jam, and so all the quote-unquote blood would rush out and scare Rosa. And it's just like... You saw in the story how innocent she was, Battler. Actually, no, you were playing with some booty. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead. She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. It's... Ugh. My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from the defensive position, but then... Who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul, but that body is nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. That is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? Run away. Our guest would like some tea. Beato doesn't see her meat suit as a she. I guess so. When Beato clapped her hands, Runaway appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it up to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Pardon me. Hey, wake up! Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I had been summoned by Kinzo, and that I had been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself. She is me all along? No, I'm me! I'm me, they say. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I am so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now. The background music on my end is so much louder than the sound alerts that I only catch them at the very end. But yeah, that's Rose's mind right now, just like, I can't deal with this right now. Oh gosh. My mind went to an Amori reference, but I will not. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up to the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up for all he owes me. You can see your voice is slightly higher than the game and the sound alerts are slightly quieter than the game.
Oh.
That's how my setup is.
Oh, so is it good?
Because I think technically I have, like, the sound alerts are playing through two sources. But, like, personally think so.
Okay.
as long as they are audible to you guys,
Then that's okay with me.
Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore, I lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. I want you to be on the memes too, I know, but like, with the game audio, like, with the game audio on my end being much louder, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
No way!
I can't believe this! See, that one's a good volume. That one's a good volume. But also the music's kind of quiet at this point, so I don't know. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away it would probably take more than 100, 200 days, and it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo, regret that you are not here now. No wonder you will be able to capture me.
I'm hungry. I wonder what I should have for the midstream food.
And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies.
Feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh.
When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, I was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that.
Found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest?
Indeed. A magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic.
Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a shogunja, right? From the very beginning.
No way.
I can't believe this. So that's... I mean, we knew from the previous thing that shrine was, like, keeping her from gaining power. From the very beginning, Rokenjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. How about some more tea?
Please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them. A long time passed and that power was lost.
Chaotic boobs was my favorite, but now this one is.
Yeah. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier and once again bound me to the island.
Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you?
Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. You just eat it very quickly, just In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if we were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power and now you've revived, as we can all see? I watched a video of a guy drinking a glass of water with chopsticks. Oh my gosh. That's on another level. I remember, there was a post of, like, someone went to a Japanese restaurant and was given, like, ice cream as a dessert, and they thought that they had to, like, that they were required to, like, use chopsticks for everything, so they just, like, ate the ice cream with the chopsticks, and, like, the servers were all super impressed. And it's just like, well, I mean, like, I've tried eating, like, hand-baked box cake with chopsticks. It's kind of tough, but it's doable. It's doable.
Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of golden butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I could get back at him. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long have been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability. Indeed. As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people as sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph. A song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second twilight, and then 5 more people on the 4th through 8 twilights. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Dumbass. Are you saying that all the gruesome murders of this island were a weird ceremony? I had a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear it. It was the truth. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, oh really, and accept it. There are 18 people on Bokenjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo would be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bets his own life in those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my thousands years of life. After all, boredom is my natural energy. Enemy? Not energy. Computer, don't start making weird noises. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So, to start, Kinzo returns the Ushinomiya family head's ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family, after all. Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me, and entertaining me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. Boredom is my natural energy. Beatrice from Nekoumi. Nekoumi. Catsy. See cats. Ah! I definitely won't be able to be in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? Wait. What words am I saying? Those were not the words that Butler said. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out and became butterflies and went to a forest? That isn't possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true. I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. There are no more than 18 humans on Rokenjima. What did you say? So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist? That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, milady. And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around in the end. Well then, Battle-sama, would you like would some more tea be agreeable? Muda. I don't need it, damn it! I don't believe it! The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what are you, and why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then Are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? Perhaps you are castling, though reluctantly you are doubting one of the 18 people as your way out, your last way out. However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. If you chose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people. Making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces will be truly difficult. As if I do that, I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it, damn it, damn it! It looks like we are finally approaching the end in the third round of this game of ours. You've nowhere to run anymore, right? You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? Then say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on, slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more? Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do it. I'm fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weakest against.
Yeah.
It's so wild because we haven't even reached the first Twilight yet. Meanwhile, we're just casually chatting.
Nom some drinks. Nom nom.
I think nomu is the word for to drink in Japanese, right? I think. I could be wrong. No more. They are. That's true. Oh gosh. Okay. So it's about to be the first Twilight. Who will pass? Who will die? And how so? What if we somehow just skipped to the final Twilight, right? Well, if we did that, I would sure hope that we would actually be reaching the Golden Land. Because I don't think we're all that far in the third chapter here. I don't think anyway. Could be wrong. Oh, I still have the twinkle lights. That's fine. I don't know how, but the story always feels really close to ending, but it never does. Yeah.
It's gotta have all the moy to happen.
I'm still curious about, like, the, like, other Beatrice. And that's, unless that was, like, this one's first form? Just looking at herself.
Just being like, let the games begin.
Bam, bom, bam, bom.
Bang, bong. Bang, bong.
Wow. I'm just looking at my bush change.
Thank you. Thank you for... I put a lot of work into it.
And then, like, you can see my chin moves now too. It makes the eating tracking more in depth. Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit, or you may resist. Either way, it will be truly an entertaining banquet, worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again. In your mid-time clip... Yeah, it's automated. There's a clip I made today, have a chance. Yeah. It has an actual, truly randomized thing, and so clips can show up in the same day. Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, and then returns back to 0. Certainly didn't count to 2359. However, is it ever able to reach 2400? If you conclude that it returns to 00 again without reaching 24, how futile it all must be. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live, aiming to the perfect 24, and in the instance you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0. I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land, for that is where Beatrice dwells. Kinzo had been fumbling about with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot cards' results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot readings seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot readings was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest, until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for his most favorable result would vary. When he demanded the most favorable dessert in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seemed an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers in the basis of his magical powers, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. This man would love slots, right? It's like, why'd you have to take up magic? You couldn't have been like a normal Japanese old man and go for pachinko. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Kinzo's personal magic interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for. Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal, but judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his deck, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed. It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. I would like to smooch him. I'm going to die, so we're gonna play chess, and then the loser has to get smooched. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, but she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I had at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that have at least shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her.
Genji-sama? And Canon-kun too.
I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely been scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. Shannon, the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry.
Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world?
He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony. We will enter from the back, so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps. Yes.
Ne-san, take care.
You're so noisy. Cannon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. These servants also held in such a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Desks and closets being unnoticed? I notice my desks. How are they okay in the rain with clothes like that, right? Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Canon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. I mean, like, the wind is so blustery, like, you could probably mask a lot of sounds. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. And then they saw a movie. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell. It seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different from usual. Genji-sama. Indeed. Let us... I hit the thing too fast. Let us hurry. The sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison... Kinzo be tootin'. Kinzo's just like, yes, I will call all the servants in here, and they will smell my toots. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison peculiar to Kinzo's study reached their noses.
What is it, Genji-sama?
The barrier is dead. Oh.
Huh?
After hearing Cannon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved in the doorknob, a powerful ward against magic, the final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred. Master! Master! It is Genji! Please, open the door! Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from that study. Shannon, guard our backs. Cannon, search inside the room.
Yes.
Cannon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected. The master must be in here, but it's too quiet. Do you mean to say he's safe? No, it's too quiet.
Could it possibly be...
Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, it seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open, from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been opened even for humans. Excuse me. Sureshimasu. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Cannon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa, so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, and again bowed deeply. Cannon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon had already a good idea who it was. So, you have come, Beatrice-sama. Well, sorry, just dropping things. Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly. Your ears? What do you mean? Wait, was it that loud? Unlike this person. So, Ronove-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greetings toward the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Very loud. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop it. Even Cannon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? Have so many years truly passed you by? My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Ronove-sama. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful. We haven't seen Maria in a while. I hope Maria's okay. And it seems you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate. Thank you very much. Nessan, who in the world? This will be our first meeting, Canon-kun. I, Ronove, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. I am an old friend of Genji-san's. And I am also furniture, just like you. Although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Cannon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal, or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. It seems I'm thoroughly despised. It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Cannon's hate-filled face. Then Cannon finally realized that Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table, but Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in angst? Master, I have told Kinzo 2 things. There was good news and bad news. The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette. Liar! We know you're the murderer who kills for fun. Stop it, Canon-kun. So, Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? With this, our long contest is at an end, yes? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing. It is to me, too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that decided it. Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you, without any reservations. Sleep. I don't know who's laughing. Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. And then he just exploded. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting out even his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed out from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And, for the one who made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground, as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he had been completely burned up, and afterwards nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse that one could barely bear to look at. Hardly bear. You fool, it was my plan to die all along!
Wow.
Horrible. You should talk. As if you'd think that was a fitting way for him to die. Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us? Stop it, Canon-kun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. Provoke Beatrice. It would seem you have them terrible. Just take a sip. It'll all be fine. I'll provoke Beatrice. It would seem you have them absolutely terrified. I'll imagine I'll never get along with Canon. Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly. Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh. Canon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech. Oh, I care not, Genji. Let him say what he pleases. I am gracious. How are you gracious? I am always gracious to those who are about to die. Canon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough, and they just casually walked in here. Fear not, Canon. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifice just because you came here. After all, you were called here because you'd been selected already. What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? What a twist. In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here. Is that what you desire? Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight your days of suffering will finally end. You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this. Certainly, if that is what you desire. Genji-sama. Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor, without raising an eyebrow. Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demands shall be our final duty. Canon, you have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over. As I expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I am proud to have known you. Shannon, do you have any objections?
No.
I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets?
Yes. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings.
Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face.
Very well.
It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture. Why do I keep tripping over that word? Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love? What a boring woman.
This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty.
Very well. Excellently put. Cuckoo. Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle. She's been taking such a fair-sighted view of things lately. I must have tormented her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is the way I corner them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems you will still entertain me, right? Cannon? Cannon-kun. Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Cannon's face. Cannon was still far too young to accept his demise as being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch. Cannon, I hate boredom more than anything, and the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all. So, I hope you don't betray my expectations. Are you trying to make me your plaything? Cannon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't a chance of victory from the beginning, but the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe about, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two the only way he could strike back at her? Eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Lucifer, arise!
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
Cannon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well. So, let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right?
Forgive me, Beatrice-sama, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me.
Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let's see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will become the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions. Or I will welcome the 5 of you. Huh. How about that? Cannon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Cannon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there. You cried, saying you've had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much. You cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? That way you and Jessica could be together, right? Oh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land. If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add Shannon and George, the one she loves. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Isn't that enough, Cannon? With this much of a reward? You wouldn't let me get bored, will you? She's just playing with you. There's no need to listen to her. I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Ne-san? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue like you. How young. I'm jealous. That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Lucifer, forward. As you command. Man. There's no need to listen to her, says the woman dying on command. Right. Or did we want to give her the Pakora laugh to... I can't really do it that well.
I don't like it. That way you look down on me, as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible, but with me at least you'd have a chance. I really don't like it.
That was probably humiliating for Lucifer, but at the same time, she was also happy.
Look out, Gordon!
Hotted boobs up ahead, tits big one! But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prayed all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever. No, but really, what is that outfit? It's... I don't know, it's similar to the Angel Mart outfit. But like with a jacket on top. One-piece swimsuit with a suit top. Yeah, I think so. Bwah, bwah, bwah. So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Damn it. Another weird thing's happening. Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle. Look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look. It's magic, it's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me and magic. Look. You've got all this happening right in front of you. Be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look. Just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look. Damn it. I won't accept witches. I won't accept magic. But if it's being done right in the open like that, what am I supposed to say? Damn it. Come now, don't turn away. Look closely, okay? Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective. I know your secret. You don't really like to think things through, right? Then stop. Look, it's gotta be fantasy. Fantasy. Shut up. Don't talk to me. This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay? Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive. Or get lashed all over your body as you scream until you die. Whenever a intermission happens, which hopefully is soon. You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently while it still feels great. Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. So you're saying you think nothing of me? That's disrespectful gaze of yours is really ticking me off! Kanen-kun. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? That's why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat butlers as servants. Or demons as butlers. So, which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy's on par with me? Don't look down on me. I don't know where I got servants from. Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. You speak of Lucifer, the oldest of the 7 sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win? How conceited!
Get him! Get her! Get her, Kanen! Get her!
Oh. Kanen was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human, but Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So, that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans, the power of the heart. That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Kanen's arm. pointing at Lucifer's throat, just beneath the tip of her chin. Can't wait for the I really hope that they redo it. Since they did like a continuation of Higurashi. Like I hope they redo Umineko. Because I think they were trying to fit like too much into a small period of time while Higurashi like basically had a season per chapter of the game. I think, anyway. Maybe not to that extent, but like I think it was like 2 chapters per season. While it seemed like with Umineko they wanted to like just shove everything all at once. Because I think in the first 2 episodes was like the entirety of the first chapter. So I don't know. What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. Oh, well done, Canon. Wonderful, you haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Lucifer, you are boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle? I'm disappointed, eldest of the 7 stakes. I would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid. Ah! You good-for-nothing furniture! She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room. How could you shame me so much? Kill, 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 kill! You blockhead! Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore, I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll plow right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling. Die! Canon-kun! How is Lucifer using furniture as an insult while being furniture? I don't know. I don't know. After flying around wildly for some time with a speed approaching the limit of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Canon's heart. She could tell that it was Canon's blood by the sweet taste of it, but she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. Oh. This is why humans are frightening. Why would you like some black tea? I am fine for now. This is so amusing, I don't even need any. Canon-kun. You were arrogant again. I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Canon's blood, but it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Canon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant, even though she had been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of pride. Canon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand. Oh, so she's just like right in his hand. And pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through to the other side. Canon's face was filled with pain, but right now he had won, without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Canon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Oh! It's my victory. Beatrice. Canon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Canon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Canon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism? His pity for another furniture? or a final bit of respect to the witch. In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Canon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Ronove was clapping his hands. To Canon, who had won at great cost and had a wound in his left hand that wouldn't close, Ronove applause only felt like mockery. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Canon. You were victorious. Spectacular. Are you okay? Canon-kun. Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. That was incredible, Canon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping at least a little for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guaranteed that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've... When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling didn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fell on it upside down and headfirst usually don't agree. Lady, isn't that a little much? Perhaps you are right. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back onto the floor. Poor Lucifer. Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I have already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Canon, shall we continue? Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you? Ah, no. It isn't over yet, right? What isn't? Stop dodging the question. I did promise you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Come, arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory, the 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. Oh gosh. The air split with shrill laughter, and as the golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Canon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. Right? He had been foolish to assume that a game against the witch had been on the even footing.
Lame. One-sama, why are you crawling on the floor?
You people.
I told you, One-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, it's only on the outside.
Yes, seriously, Lucifer One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice.
Canon-kun, that was totally awesome. But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer One-san brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters. That's why I'm always saying Lucifer One-san shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs. What are you gonna do, One-sama? Out of respect for your pride, we were planning to stay out of your way in the hopes that you challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours. But Canon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? You people! My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of purgatory, correct? Now, play nice and execute the tasks I give you, and swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer One-sama. If you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask for help with your own mouth. Do you plan to mock me even more? I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. Let us hear that. We'll see. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay, everyone? Bitch.
The seven sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it.
No, Lucifer said to swear. Lucifer said to swear, not me.
I whispered it. It wasn't even the word. As if I could say something like that.
Quickly now. Come on, we won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up, let the seven sisters strike Canon.
Coo. My, what is the matter, Lucifer? This is an order from the lady, is it not? How cruel. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. I foolish, weak, ugly,
and shameful.
And shameful, Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg. The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the six younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Wait a sec. This might be a good time for a break. I don't know if it's the best place, but it's a place. We're like a half an hour late and it had a transition. So I'll count it. I'll count it.
Okay, so
Kind of in the middle of the scene, but it is a good time to take a break, so everybody go get a snack, use the bathroom, get up and stretch, get some water, do what you need to do, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna try to find a snack, so we may or may not come back for memes. I'm not sure. But yeah, go take a break. Go take a break, okay? We'll be right back.
Oh my god. Ooh, I'm beautiful. Then I could tell how hard you worked.
Rena, don't feel like you need to compliment me. Sorry, I wanted to duet. Why isn't it generating heat?
What? I didn't see no Easter egg. This is Christmas, not Easter. Do-ba-da-doo, do-ba-da-doo, bum bum da da dum. Ha na 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 na. It's spooky Christmas time. Even though the stuff wasn't that spooky. But we had fun, right? We still have like an hour and a half that we can do more stuff and hang out. We have another one from last year that we can check out. I think that'd be cool. I don't know if the credits will give us anything. Probably the right way to go. Yeah. But are I missing something? Yeah, I feel like this is the right way to go. Darn! I messed up. Well, what was... Wow. Wow. Oh no.
oh no, I'm farther away from the scan. No. Ah! Whoa! The first scan of the day, everyone. Okay, but yeah. It was worth the wait, I would say. Spontaneously decide to change my mind on games. Ah! What? Oh no! Oh no. Is this what you wanted? Okay, let's see. I don't like being sent to like specific places, so we'll get over here. Hello, baby. Hello. Hello, baby. You want to fly? I can jump and it can feel like you are flying. Yeet. A nerd lives here. I hate what you've done to the blue, green, red, white, blue, green, red, white, blue, green, red, white, blue, green, blue, green. Does it start over? It's like I couldn't restart the thing. Dragon is the winner. Time for a scan. Oh no! Oh no! What? Oh! Hey! It's like it could almost be like a heck boy face, maybe, like a flirty a, but not quite. Just like right before when they're like, oh, it's so pretty. Oh no, I'm farther away from the scan. No. Ah! Whoa! The first scan of the day, everyone. Everybody be quiet. No. Rude, man. Although, that might have been why he was asking if someone was in there. You said I could trust you. You said you were a gamer. Birdly. I only play mobile games. Oh no. No! Oh my gosh, Crimson, that was so well timed. I thought that was actually in the game. You! See? Understandable.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sewer men. Okay, even though it's a very bumpy ride, I guess I landed in a bad place. Oh, okay. I was like, if I soft lock. Okay, maybe if I land at this angle, everything should be fine. Okay? Yeah? Okay, cool. Yoink! Trusting in what you can see. I don't know why this song keeps making me sing. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. We'll make it through. Follow me. Me and we will escape from the city. We'll make it through to you. Follow me. Oh yeah. He's looking around every turn. Trust your feelings. Got to please get the rings. What you want?
I know, but like, I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
You gotta do that. I know I started it technically. Scared? Why? Hey Rachel, I wanna take your eyes. Your peepers. Hmm? Oh Rachel, your peepers are so beautiful. But they're stricken with fear, reduced to such dullness. It saddens me. Show me the true beauty of your eyes. Will awakening from the nightmare restore the beautiful tranquility of that blue moon in your peepers? Oh no! Oh no! I thought I fixed that. Oh no! Someone else for my problems, but I trusted you, you know? Did you really have my best interests at heart? I feel like I don't even know you anymore. It only takes an instant for someone's love and dreams to be shattered, huh? I'm sorry. Buy me some ice cream and I'll forgive you, okay? Okay, I guess. Yeah.
We're going down tonight. It's Christmas light. Everybody in the house come on, that's right. To the comment and I say I want them gin and juice, but I really don't wanna.
I must take talking stream. We got Monica, and Monica. How's that for some quick thinking?
That was so smooth, hero. With these sprout mole masks, we'll be able to make it out of here in a cinch.
I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. Okay.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody got a good break. I could only find little snacks. So not enough to warrant memes today. Okay. So let us continue.
Back from something.
No memes. I'm sorry. All I have is popcorn and olives. Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. But the memes don't. Maybe we can do like one. We can do one. Just one memes. Let me get it open. Just one. Just one. Just one 7.5-minute video. I just have to make sure to save because I don't think I did before the break. I did not. Okay. Because we have to close the game so that way we don't have background whooshin'. So it's not going whoosh. And then Chrome. And then that one. Oh, it's almost the right aspect ratio. There we go. I was apparently very zoomed in last time when we were doing this. Show something really quick. Okay, you can show me something really quick. Just real quick. Real quick. Okay, let's see what we got here. Ah! It's Michael from Vsauce, or if you're on TikTok, I think Hot Dog Willie or something. Let me make sure the audio is going to be loud enough to hear. There we go. Okay. He's gonna go for a real long time.
This is the topsy-turvy top. It was invented by Lee Krasno at Pacific Puzzle Works. And inside the top, there's another top. A cute little baby.
That is cute.
Aww.
Just aww. Okay, now for the memes. Oh wait, we need to change category. Change category real quick. Just so that way nobody is looking through the category and being like, you're not playing this game. Poor guy. Oh no. Oh.
I want a foot jump without breaking. 1 foot high.
Oh. I missed it.
High.
Whee. Oh no. Oh no. Bonfire lit.
No, the catsup shot.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sir. Yeah. I'ma following me the last time we raided. She was like, you've been here for like almost a year, so.
Go!
Actually longer, because I think I've like basically been raiding her from the start. Oh no!
Legalize anabolic steroids.
Again, he flips it downfield and the
Oh!
the home.
Not today.
Man. Oh no. Oh no. Funk. All that glass right on his face. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. He dead. The burb.
Vai.
Did that thing spark? Oh my gosh, it sparked.
Segura a cabeça, John. Braço.
Стараться сделаться лучше, чтобы мы были примером для окружающих. Помоги нам, Господи.
I would. Oh. Oh, yo. Oh, that's a nice looking feast. That would be me. That would be me. I'm not gonna even lie.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh. Huh. was gonna say, I feel like your Jello needs to. Oh no!
Your ass ain't playing. You got this whole fucking
What?
leg up in the engine bay.
Oh.
Yo, shit.
Oh, this one. Oh no.
Hey, hey, حربت.
I'm gonna grab some more popcorn. Okay, I'm gonna mute because the bag is loud.
It's full fledged.
Oh no, Kitty, no! 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 Bald. Oh.
Excuse me, what the actual
That is so much flavoring powder. Oh no! I just want to see the spin. Whee! Are you gonna throw it at the kid? Or is the kid gonna get— oh! Oh no. Run! Run, Puppo, run!
Dude, there's no fucking way.
As my parents took out my phone, but I'll be using this for a while, so if y'all need me, just send me an email. I'll make sure to put my email down below.
That reminds me of the one person that was like, my parents took my phone, but like I can communicate through this, and it was like tweets sent through 3DS, and then it's just like, no, they took all of my stuff sent through Smart Fridge. Oh my gosh.
Chłopaki, ale fajny powodek. Dziękuję. O kurwa,
O.
jaki bałwan.
Oh, Schmo. You want to grabby? Oh. This is the sailors like going past Rokenjima being like, hey, that's pretty weird.
Well, hello there.
Oh,
Can I help you?
kangaroos can have floppy ears. That's so cute. That or this is like, oh, it's so cute. Oh no. Oh, this one. The void took the phone.
Yo, go ahead and crack that window.
Oh. Oh no. Okay, just because I want more popcorn, we'll do one more. But I almost nailed the popcorn kernel. But that's all we're getting. Just one other one. First day is the hardest, but it gets easier, yeah. No, I'm good. I didn't choke on popcorn. Okay, we just get this one more and then we'll go back. Oh, hey, it's the cookie. Oh no! Oh! Nice aim! Oh! Honestly, that looks fun to do. Oh! Oh! Oh!
There's some bean green casserole.
Oh no! That looked good! Nem. Nem nem. I can't tell if that would be cozy or just like way too much. Whoops.
A glass?
No,
or
I don't
the
know where we were.
Ice.
Here we go. I just wanted to zoom in like... Oh, I love that little sweater on the kitty.
I woke up in the middle of the night.
No! What's with all these foods getting lost?
I'm sorry, I just prefer to have all the information. You want some treats?
Oh. Huh.
God damn, boys. Those are some hot
Oh,
dogs.
gross. Oh. Yeah, I would run too. Wait, what happened? What happened? What the heck? Oh no, my popcorn! Oh no! Ah. Oh.
I'm gonna sick him in. Go so fast as you can. Like run, and then stand up.
Oh no.
Gas.
Poor Jenny. I'm sorry, what was Santa doing in Skyrim? those goats didn't look real. Oh. Oh, oh. Like, stop looking at me. Oh. Oh. Eh? Oh, okay.
Dan, that pocket looks a bit full, mate.
Oh, it is, mate. Sorry.
Oh. That's a cute scene. Oh. Are those videos from Telegram, or is there like another like app that has circular videos right now? That guy was not having a good day. Yo.
It's weird. I thought maybe I was shadow banned for some reason, but some people are getting notifications, some people aren't, and I'm still getting viewers, so.
What will crack first? The glass or the ice? Oh my god, guys.
Neither.
Right. Oh.
I know I'm not fucking that high. Look at this shit.
I feel bad for the kid because I can tell like they did that just like on a dare. Man.
These two motherfucking dogs look like that. What the?
It's gonna be right there.
You're so cute, little potatoes. Oh. Oh.
I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
Yay. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Whoa. Back at a meeting.
Welcome back, Rocket. We just finished watching some memes.
Maybe this year, maybe I can stream on New Year's. That'd be fun. I don't know how possible that'd be. VTuber Gamer 1 was me. Instead of Gouda, it was me. Okay, let me get Umineko back open. And then that and that. Please go to Xephoria, please League with Apex, right? Or Marvel Snap. One of those two. Okay.
Umineko. Questions.
Done. Okay. Hey now, what do you mean? What do you mean, hey now? The words? What words? What do they mean? What words do you mean? What do I mean? Also, hello, Mint. I don't know if I said hello, but hello. Are you talking about Apex and Marvel Snap? Or, like what words are you curious about, Sans? Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. The title, what do you mean? Wait, the title? The Golden Land? The Golden Land is the place that we're trying to go. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, come on. Oh, I need to turn the volume down before it gets loud. Sorry for the whoosh. For the whooshing. Got to stream on New Year's this year. I wasn't paying attention and missed New Year's by 2 minutes. Oh no! Won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing. Okay, come on, Onesama, keep going. That's enough. Come on, the shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive.
Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Yes. Beals thinks the 7 of us should get along and split cannon up between us. As you get older, you care less about New Year's? Yeah. I think, like... What was I doing on New Year's? I was gonna play VR chat with Peach and like waited like an hour for her to be able to be ready. Not streaming, that's for sure. Yeah. Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along. And I think like I remember I went into work the next day and like people were like, so did you make it to midnight? And it was like, yeah, that's easy for me. Cause you know, I stayed up until like 3 or 4 in the morning. Good idea. That way all the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all. No! I get the head! There's no way the head will promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins. I live in Vegas, so everything closes at 5 p.m. New Year's Eve, yeah. Cannon-kun, if you got any ideas on how we should kill you, just tell us, okay? The 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Damn. You've shamed me so deeply. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Here we go, everyone. Yes, One-sama. The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow the master's order. Take Cannon down, swiftly. Yeah, I don't think he is either. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Oh yeah, she can do that. I forgot. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the 2 of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Cannon. What? You're mean? This has nothing to do with you. Ah, I see. You must want to play with us. Then I'll take it. All mine. Beatrice-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey? I don't mind. Do as you like. It seems Cannon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited. I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Shannon's a witch too. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, furniture probably has some kind of semblance of powers, maybe. I don't know. I mean, if the demons don't exist, then surely angels must too. Or, yeah, maybe. Idiot, breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, One-sama! As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With this strength, the frail furniture would turn into dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big the tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or an axe. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with an axe, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now. Shannon's just like, well, this is how I die, I guess. How foolish. Even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why? Because I couldn't overlook it. As Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limits, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely.
If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death-like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the Seven Sisters? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying.
Go ahead and do as you like. Just as you always do what you want. I did what I wanted.
At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Once it does succeed, a woman is like salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I have already tired of you.
Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier.
Then, at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. Seven Sisters, can you hear me? Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality.
Shannon-san, my apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama.
You're an idiot, Ne-san. If you'd just let me be, then you might not have had to meet a horrible end.
No, it's fine. I received a ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete, with no regrets.
Yeah, you're pissing me off. That philosophical take really is irritating. Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human. Look at me. I am a human. Don't spout off philosophical crap like you're the most complete than I am, you furniture.
How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are?
They aren't regrets. It's called living. What's this all about, not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless! She's starting to sound like Battler now.
Lady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified.
Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now is the time to bite your tongue!
How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness.
Oh my gosh, damn. Fun fact, salmon after spawning, their bodies start rotting before they have died. What? They just slow. Okay, huh. Interesting. Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you will be much more ugly even while you still live! At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those with ill intent. Then, Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
Genji-sama.
You've already done enough. Go to sleep before me.
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama.
Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, oh no. Emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. Yeah, that'll really make me so mad. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she were sleeping. Then she softly, silently, and slept. Or she fell silently. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the Seven Sisters stunned. Only Renove wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor. You did well. You should sleep now too. Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Kanon. Man, this timing. You're doing really well-timed stuff this like. And then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. Got that mini window, baby, yeah! But that rose shape quickly turned into a stain of bright red blood pouring out. What is that? What a boring person. Even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes. Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Thank you very much. Very well then, Beatrice-sama, Renove-sama. With this as my final task, allow me to rest. Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them and give it to you instead? Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Renove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile. You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting of all the labors you have performed. What? Wait, it's not your place to... When Renove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped into the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into his sleep with that no witch could call him back from. Huh. This timing's like, have you ever considered being a comedian? It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Cannon. Interesting. So, huh. What was that, Renove? What a boring anticlimax. Are you not a mighty great witch, milady? What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Renove laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity in a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The seven sisters disappeared in ecstasy.
No way!
What?
I can't believe this!
Why would you disappear? How? What? Do I want to know what disappearing in ecstasy means? Probably not. Relieved himself of duty, yeah. They all going out of the room, oh no. Oh. Yeah, I think we took a break at a good time.
And my face, it's so itchy.
But the wording from Renove was very interesting towards Genji. Like, Genji wasn't a servant to Kinzo, but more so to Renove. Very interesting, very interesting. Because they didn't express that they knew each other. So, Man, I really wish I had the heckin' webcam tracking did like the mouth side to side thing. I think that would be cute. But not until the tracking for the graphics card updates, I guess. I mean, we don't really know anything about Renove, right? Not too much, because he only really like showed up in this chapter. We know that he's a demon. That's about it. Goto was doing the nighttime rounds. Rokanjima had always been empty, except for the Ushinomiya family household. Is he gonna be the survivor in terms of the servants this time around? So checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since the time Natsuhi had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsuhi had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. To be fair, my webcam won't track my eyes either. Yeah. It does so much. I mean, like, I can look from, like, side to side, relatively. I have to, have, synced blinking, or else, like, I'll just occasionally be, like, winking a whole bunch. So I can't quite wink. Oh, yeah, no. Some sacrifices have to be made. Although it is hard to, like, look up and down, Because it kind of just like, I don't know. I don't think it does it quite well. But also I can't look at it while I'm doing it, so I don't know if it did or not. Everyone who came in left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see a shadow of a person. It did not, yeah. So yeah, webcam tracking, I can look side to side, but I can't really look up and down. I don't even have side to side, it's just blinking in 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, I'm glad it like has me looked from side to side a little bit at least. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Of a full body 4D time travel tracking. Oh my gosh, so jelly! So jelly! Apparently, she had roused all the servants that had them check throughout the mansion. Because of all the panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. Hasn't made it yet. Time travel spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Spoil. So when he heard about that story on the island, he'd given a forced smile, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart, he assumed that it was a childish trick. At first, that is. Certainly is eerie. Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. He could understand how someone, doing the rounds on an eerie night like this, might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed. So, if you make fun of the Witch of the Portrait, there is a curse. It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Think of my age. I probably wouldn't be granted a workplace in this hospitable again. Witch of the Portrait. I'm working sincerely, so please, give me some peace. Right? Either he's gonna be the one to, like, see all the dead bodies, or I don't know. Because this would be the first time of him not being part of the sacrifices. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together, as though he was at a Shinto shrine. And then he was choked. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and had knocked over some of the dishes. No. How could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been, Goda entered the kitchen. Goda then left in ecstasy. When I was entertaining the idea of full body tracking, I came across a tracking software called LewdTube Studio. From what I saw, it had amazing cloth and soft body physics. Interesting. That'd be interesting. I think wouldn't cloth physics be more for like the 3D model and so not so much for the tracking? Or is that something that the other ones can't support, I wonder? It's only weird phrasing if you bring it up. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. I don't have anything to clank. Is that a noise strange enough for you? To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to... Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. Yeah, at one point I wanted to have a 3D model. I can't believe this. That's why my 1.5 model is 3D noise. At one point I want one. I have a few people I've been looking at and considering, but I think I would have to set up like a donation goal for that. Because it's like vaguely in like the $1,000 to $2,000 range, depending on the artist. But I don't know. I think it'd be cute. I just get psyched to commission you one more time. Well, I still need to work on your other stuff. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to have it be a like donation goal. Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe someday. What is this? When he did, in the corner of the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out, just as he'd thought. But the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clanking. Something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? I'll pay for your 3D model by purchasing a 2D model. I mean, that would have it get closer to the goal. How could that be? When there was a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. Not going to go 3D until I have a full body tracking with eye and mouth tracking, but that alone will pack as much as commissioning a fursuit. True. Because, like, I don't know. I kind of want, like, I mainly want a 3D model more so for, like, doing little silly, like, MMD animations or, like, VR chat as well. It would probably be, like, a very occasional thing to be, like, streaming the 3D model. But, like, you know. that way I would have, heckin', an excuse or a good, words. I would have a good opportunity for VR collabs and have myself actually look like myself. Who's that VTuber that does backflips or backflips? Oh gosh. Well, that tracking, isn't that just like with the full body tracking that you usually get with VR chat? Like with the Vive trackers, I think. Because I know which one you're talking about. I just don't know their name. But I feel like since most of their streams are in VR chat, I think it's just the regular full body tracking. Because like I think I've seen a few clips of their tracking kind of dying, and it's like in a very specific way that those trackers kind of like lose tracking. Because like either hair or some clothes get in the way. Most fursuits go for 3,000 to 10,000 depending on who you go through. True. Some VTuber models, especially 3D models, can be upwards of that cost depending on who you go through. VTubers are just the virtual furries. I mean, some VTubers are furries, so you know we can't discredit them. But you know, we're not too different. Fillion says she uses HTC Vive tracking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, is that Fillion? Is it Fillion who we're talking about? That sounds familiar. I want to say that's who we're talking about. Not a furry, but I mean, you're pretty darn close. You're skirting along the lines of it, I would say. I'm only 33.33% furry. Fair. You're not a furry, you're a fan of anthropomorphized characters. Yes. Wait, I'm furry outside of VTubing. Am I furry squared? You might be onto something there, Rocket. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, he tapped it a little forcibly against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanging sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped, but the fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie. It made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Dragons specifically? What do you mean? I'm not even anthro. I'm
not anthro. I'm not furry enough to be considered an anthropomorphized character.
Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world. Yes, witches and magic, things like that couldn't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science, as if monsters and witches could exist. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. More dragon than human? Maybe. I feel like I'm probably still... I feel like I would technically be considered kimono? Maybe? Kimono Mimi? Maybe? Because I think if you search kimono, that's Japanese furry. I don't know. Just like Monster Girls, all furry, all monster girl... Wait. Just like Monster Girls, all furry are monster girls, but not all girls are furry.
At least in design. What if I made a little dragon form model?
I need to finalize what my form looks like, though. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical. Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic curses? Come on, show me what you really are. Take that! He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined. Sounds like both of your designs are on furry spectrums.
I guess. That's why you call it a spectrum.
Dog snout, of course it is. You also have, like, you know, on the pumpkin you have, like, the dog outline.
We just need to give you a tail and some bapper paws.
It's only natural. There's no way there could have been anything inside. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So, while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. Yeah, because anyone can have an outline of anything, it doesn't make them the thing. Then he took the lid he grabbed and softly set it back down to where it had been. It's fine. It won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches and magic could exist. Maybe sometimes. Maybe sometimes I can have a tail. Clank. I don't have anything metal around me. Or I guess wait, how does this sound? I don't know. It's too much of the card it's on now. Noise. Huh? Sounds like you tapping your mic. I was not tapping my mic. I was tapping a pin. Maybe if I clank these two pins together. I don't know. Maybe if the one didn't have chains, it would be better. Oh gosh, it keeps going. Oh, this is not metal. Oh wait, this is metal. Why did it sound better? Wait, let me... I just want to make sound effects. I don't know, man. Oh no, they're cooking a chocobo. No, how dare they?
Also, my keyboard doesn't sound like that.
It sounds like... just the single press. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. It grew even stronger, so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And, from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots, one after another, and another, and another. Eep! As if witches could exist! As if I'd believe it! When the number of arms grew to 7, a loud, shrill laughter split the air.
What a letdown! Too bad that someone who could make such delicious food was such a lightweight. If you don't want him, I'll take him. He's all mine.
Wait, I said no! I'll take him! Huh? What? I think that's a little bit of overkill for this guy. He never saw it coming. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Oh no, they're getting all of the servants. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? Gee, first one wins. First one wins, right? Come on, come on. Search, search, search. Find her, find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's just the first Twilight. Yeah, that's cool special effects now where you're hiding the rest of the actors' bodies, right? She isn't in the guest house, but she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, hey, I found her! I found her! She's in the rose garden! Why is she standing there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine, all mine, all mine! You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine! Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her, surround her. Come on, let's go along and do it all at once, okay? Die! Wait, what can she do? I can imagine a Broadway play of this story. Yeah, I would say so. Huh? What? Actually, there's like a whole bunch of stage plays in Japan of like animes and mangas. I wonder if there's a stage play version of Umi and Echo.
No way!
I can't believe this. What is this? Ha 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 ha! What naughty girls! Oh gosh, I haven't done her voice in so long. I forgot what was that. You wouldn't happen to be friends with that child, would you? Just what is this? This old hag. There's gotta be some mistake. One more time. Yeah, like the Phoenix Wright musical, yeah. There's even like a Hanako-san one. Or a Hanako-kun, rather. Why can she defend against us? Move aside. One more time. No matter how often you try, it won't work. This person is good. I am waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her? Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that? Oh, she's using the barrier the exact moment she needs it so it can stay up much longer. Ooh, yeah. She's been around the block. She knows how to use it. There's no need. Beatrice-sama. After all, even I have manifested by now. I was certain that you had awakened. Rodove. It's been a long time. Yes, truly, a long time. This person's talking to Rodove-sama without using sama. And it's been a long time since I've seen you too, Beatrice. She's not even using sama for Beatrice-sama. Enough. Don't you know who this is? The name Beatrice itself is... What? It's hers? What?
Nani?
Nani is right. I only inherited it from her. This is my teacher, the previous Lady Beatrice. What? 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 The previous Lady Beatrice. Wait, where's Callie? Callie, where are you? Where? Played earlier? Are you not on the scene? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be on the scene. I'm fresh. Let me see, does it have a timer? Does it have a timer that I... where is it? Oh, it does have a timer. Is it something that I can activate? I forget. No. Okay. I'll just stand in. Hey guys, 2 quick questions. First of all, what the heck am I looking at? And 2, can you stop? Can you stop for 5 seconds? For 5 seconds! Hopefully I was good enough standing. Probably not, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Gold butterflies appeared and what? Why trigger fire? Trigger fire? Why are you broken? Why are you broken? Trigger fire, you dead? You were working perfectly fine earlier. Working perfectly fine. It's... Hello, trigger fire. You work! Why do you work, but not everything else? Bakamitai. Bakamitai is kind of loud. Yeah, I think, yeah, trigger fire is having issues. I don't know why. I don't know why it was able to play Kiryu but not Callie. Oh well. It'll behave soon enough, I bet. Leave this one.
Oh, well, I can do the ear wiggle. I can do the ear wiggle. That's not trigger fire. It's not trigger fire. That's me. It's me. It's just me. See? It's just me.
Gold butterflies appeared in 1s and 2s from the garden roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. My goodness. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long. Yes, the bong still works. That's not through trigger fire. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like... Okay, there we go. I guess trigger fire was just having a little hiccup. I already gave her a good voice. She showed up at the beginning of this chapter. So we've seen her. We just didn't know she was Kumasawa. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa. Well, well, teacher. I never even dreamed that we would meet each other again. Yes, neither did I. I certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed. Such a troublesome time for you to waken. If you'd remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble. Or perhaps I should be glad you're here. I was just getting a tad bored. As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game. I believe I taught you several times that the power of the Endless Witch mustn't be used to cause people trouble. Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that. The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minions. But who would have thought it would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time? It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen. Found an awesome emote? What's that emote? I want to redeem voice acting for He Who Waits, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I think it was like this, but I don't really know. I don't quite remember it. It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen that I slept so very close to where you were. Though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be awoken again. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me. You're as cunning as always, teacher. Renovate. Have that young furniture step back. Furniture only serves its master. The master is responsible for all her crimes. Certainly. Madame Beatrice. I have already passed that name on to this child. Come now. Step back, furniture girls. I may give warnings a second time if you did not listen to the first. No monster girls? No maidens? Hello, nobody! How are you doing? No sadist girls, wizard. I gotta scan this. Yeah! It's okay. Yeah. How are you doing, nobody? Oh, have you been watching the VODs for this series? Because I don't know how many of these parts that you've been in. I know that you've stopped by before work for a few of them, but I don't know if you've like sat and watched. I may give warnings a second time if you did not listen to the first. However, do not expect to receive a third. Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain. Back, everyone! Renove and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher Beatrice, and also Majima, who had given up that name and wore a composed smile. Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion? Let's see. This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of the comet. Perhaps I will accept your hospitality. And if it seems a mistake has been made, I'll have you return my name and the title of Endless Witch. Oh. Also Majima, who'd given up that name. and went for Mad Dog. Plan to go watch them. I watched the anime. Yeah. I've heard that the anime adaptation wasn't that good, but eventually I'll have the VODs up for this series, because I've been uploading my past VODs, but I'm like a year behind. Because it takes so long to upload these VODs to YouTube, I swear. Especially if I have to edit them, oh gosh. So, even the title of Endless Witch has a license renewal policy? As you wish, teacher. See how splendid your disciple has become, and see how far she surpassed you so long ago. Oh, I need to make a command for that. Man, I should have thought of that before the break. I could have done it real quick. The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glancing at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now. If you Google Xephoria VODs, it should come up. or YouTube search it. It should come up. But yeah, I have up to I think I uploaded the end of the Satoko chapter of Higurashi. I think that was the last thing I uploaded. I think. So come, Beatrice. Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life. Got it, Small Dragon Pods. That would have been a cute name. If named needed to be renewed, I would have traded in my last name for Tuck. That would be interesting if you had to like renew a name. Just be like, I don't feel like having a name this year. I will now correct that error by my own hands. You've got that wrong, teacher. My only error was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it? What are you calling magic? What are you calling the Endless Witch? All you've got is a power that can be gained just by noticing, right? And you act as though that's just so great and impressive. Your tone's long over, teacher! Oh.
No way! I can't believe this!
God, the background music is so loud I couldn't even hear Eggman. Oh my god, there are 3 of them! I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? You poor thing. Seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize. Who the heck are you? How did old man Kumasawa... Why did old Kumasawa turn into the nighttime like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. Can I touch your booba? What kind of special effects are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode. I am the witch teacher of that child. My old name was Beatrice. When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name, so I had no name of my own. Like you already said, your disciple's been a real pain to me. Please, take responsibility and do something. No, wait. I don't believe in stuff like this. As if witches and magic can exist. I don't accept this messed up battle. Damn it, what should I believe? I was talking for Battler. It wasn't my thinks. It wasn't my thinks, it was Battler's thonks. That's just like you. Hospitality with a very quick temper. I'd expect nothing less from you, teacher. Let me drink some water and not some gamer sups. Gosh. It seems this is so trivial to you, you don't even feel like opening your eyes. But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island, see? Come, arise, shoulder war towers. What? Oh gosh, that's a lot of hydration. Okay, here we go. Oh gosh. Yeah. I think that was enough. Oh gosh. Speaking of magic, I need to read Monster Girls Apocalypse or Monster Musume. Monster Musume. I need to read more heckin' A Centaur's Life. That one was really cute. Her hair was very cute. Okay. Okay. Not yet. I don't have it yet. I need to have I need to be able to order it, or have my elf order it for me, or have someone donate, like, what is it, $40 for the blowhole blast. In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden, and on either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 merut tall? What is merut? And each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the god's army's corpse, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive 2-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. With the 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. One day Rocket's Mothman maybe someday. Oh, thank you for the goodies, nobody. Oh, 40 cents. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. Don't you think you could dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay? The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't just make you a pinned bug sample, it'd make you a madly stabbed pincushion, right? Over 720 ports opened on the towers, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas. Marut is an archaic version of either meters or yard. Interesting. Okay. Is that the end of your turn? Famous last words. Blast away! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of the reaper swinging its sickle. Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and let the sin be known. Right, I hope nobody has an epilepsy warning. Like, this wasn't a worry in like the previous, I remember in the first chapter, and then like it's in the second chapter it started being like bow 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 bow. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven.
Thank you for the more booties, nobody. That's $1 whole in bits.
That was the reality of the fallen tower.
As unexpected from you, teacher. If you do something, you always do it big.
My turn isn't over. Come, arise, sons of Ivaldi. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. Only $39 more to go, right? As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold color explosion, a massive sphere appeared from inside those flames, so tall like a tower that you had to look up to see all of it. Right, the music is going so hard and loud. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful sphere of the gods was so massive it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a sphere of the same size.
No way!
I can't believe this! It was a sphere of certain victory that none could escape. Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. How foolish to block off your means of escape on both sides. You can't defend against even a single spear. When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-shaped spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision. The middle of the center. I see. As she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning.
Ha! So you use Gungnir at the moment like this? You really are incredible, teacher! Burst, useless towers! Arise, giant soldier battle line! Fully block the divine spear with your shields and chests! They're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The sphere of the gods. You say I want a god spear, right? I'm cleaning today, so I'm gonna lurk. Okay, have fun lurking. Hopefully cleaning goes well for you, nobody.
The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 merut into the sky, and they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. Oh dang. Oh dang, they big. Big boys. Big boys. They were as massive as a mountain range. Oh gosh. The wind behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been ready by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle, not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
Not a single raindrop.
This is an anime battle, right? Absolutely. Foolish. The shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred. Do you think mere giants could defend against the sphere of the gods? Why do I keep saying sphere instead of spear? Indeed, no matter how much human metal you are armed with, you cannot block a spear of the gods. A wonderful epaulet latte by Madame? No way! Beatrice-sama! Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher! Come, arise, the disciples of bestow upon me a worthy shield! A golden whirlwind rose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaf, sparkling like they were gold armor. Epaulet, noun. An ornamental shoulder piece on an item of clothing, especially on the coat or jacket of a military uniform. Huh. Hephaestus. It was an absolute defensive wall given to the goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis shield, when the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of the golden shield. There was a terrible thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that had held the heavens. Hephaestus. The divine spear spun around and around and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun. Impossible! She defended against the divine spear! No, that is not correct. The divine spear avoided her. It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another. Although, in the end, it means the same thing as defending against it. Do you think the kids are just having like a very chill time while this is happening outside? Your skills have improved from engaging in these fights so often. Or rather, it seems you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear. The gold... the... blah, 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 blah. Uno, take that, Maria.
I suck at this game. I hate this game. I hate Uno. I wanted to play Snakes and Ladders. Ooh.
The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake.
My Xbox doesn't have Uno.
Maria, that's so silly. It came free with the Xbox.
But my mama gave me a really old Xbox. It's the oldest Xbox known to man.
When they did, another gold whirlwind rose, and the 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spheres of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into the golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. How old is Uno? I'm curious now if Uno exists in this timeline. The golden pieces numbered exactly 30 and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 of the 7 giants, and all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern, and then even changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 bolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. It was like 1980s. Uno came out in 1970. Okay, I don't remember exactly the time frame. I think maybe if Uno came out in 1971, so I think we're in like the late 70s, early 80s, somewhere in there. So Uno would have to exist. Yeah. Oh gosh.
It's over, Beatrice-sama.
I would expect nothing less from Madame. Very important that we know Udo is in this universe. Absolutely. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, I can't believe this! She felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher, holding aloft the spear of gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back, and made it shine on the incantation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside the line. Playtime is over, Beatrice. Have I exposed my flank? Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more. Come, arise, Devergar brothers. Bestow upon me the giant smashing iron hammer of heaven. Giant soldiers, protect me! What are you doing, you blockheads? Biden it is no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was a legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the Frost's giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So, regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Back rank, mate. Rest in peace. Damn it! Before the whirlwind of that massive clunk of steel, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. Remember when the battles were just, aha, your paradox is countered by my ingenuity, right? Girls are playing Uno and Battler is painting Warhammer 40k minifigures. They're pulling from every pantheon, right? That are like, I was gonna say like the girls are making flower crowns, but then it's just like, that would involve them going into the garden seeing this. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Battler is stuck between the fourth wall currently, I think, maybe. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower is actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and was swallowed in an eerie shadow, and the spear of gods was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers in the war tower, attacking from the heavens. Smothered mate? Is that what it says? I guess the literal embodiment of death, sure, right? You got me! Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice. The struggle between the two witches with the same name was over. Smothered mate is a term in chess where you are mated because your king is blocked by your own pieces. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense, because she's behind the soldiers. The spear had been launched from the heavens, pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in gold-covered storm. Then came the sound of thunder, and the sound of the falling wind and rain. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. Can't see how Beatrice gets out of this one, right? She had been pierced straight through by the sphere, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks. Unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly, tormented by the wind and the rain. Beatrice-sama! As expected, a truly fearsome person. That settles it, Beatrice. Substitution jutsu. That would be the only way out. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. The title and power of the Endless Witch. You will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to call yourself an Endless Witch. Stop. Forgive me, teacher. I was just fooling around, okay? I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form. Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself. It was a prank, bro! Get me off of this thing! Come, try to remember. What form did you have? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. And if you look at your left, you'll see the god of plague and rot, Nurgle, and to your right is the god of excess. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice, and it seemed to cause her intense pain. I mean, yeah, she's also pierced through like a majority of her body. It seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? Come, Beatrice. Repeat it with me. Let us sing a song together. Then it will be over soon. Let us end your pain as fast as possible. She's doing the thing. You're right. How long has it been since I've sung with you, teacher? Come, together now. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice. It will be all right, milady. You will lose your place as my disciple, but that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve. After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies once more, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Hey, teacher, did you remember that thing behind you? What? What is this? When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. A hedgehog! Look, teacher, you have Sonic behind you. Look at him and his chili dog.
I can't believe this.
Of all things, a heckin' hedgehog. I'm not gonna play the new Silent Hill if this fight wasn't even attempted in the anime. Well, I mean, that's not Ryukishi's fault for it not of being in the anime. it's the production thing. Not play Silent Hill. I'll probably play it. I just need a PS5 first. No. It was herself? There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Or maybe that's not right. Come, try to remember. How were you killed? The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. Oh my gosh. This is... When did you... At the beginning. I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers. There were 4 towers. Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank rook boundary of death created by the 2 hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. It was bad manners of me to say check this late. I simply must apologize. Okay, Silent Hill is back on the table. It's not an actual hedgehog. Nope. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted to be resolved like that. She wanted to let her teacher take her next move and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with an endless power and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. My goodness. Then the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar. It was fun, teacher. If you want to play again, I'll revive you any time. And once we've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again. See? I did everything you told me to, right? Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their boxes when I'm done playing with them? Right. Very much confused, Oonga Boonga. Was it an easy victory? You fool, it was a tough one. If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead. As I'd expect from teacher, but now I can stand proud. And now I have completely surpassed teacher. Renove, clean up teacher's remains a bit. I haven't lost my respect for her that much. Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too rituous. Rituous? Yeah, I suppose. Riotous, that's the word. A little cleanup will be necessary. I shall see to it immediately. Goats, it is time to clean up. Ah, but it was teacher who had killed you first and revived you before you killed and revived her. Ah, but you didn't know that she saw that coming, and so she revived. she killed teacher and then revived her, so that way she could kill and revive, and then we could kill and revive. This is 20 layers deep, my friends. Okay. When Renove snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness and began to go ahead. Wow! Oh my gosh, my face. I look so cute. I look like I'm blepping. I look like I'm doing a little blep, you know? Just a blep. I have a request. What is your request? A popcorn crunch? A popcorn crunch? I mean, I guess. Okay, let me grab a good one from the bag. Give me a second. I don't know why you want a popcorn crunch, but okay. Was that good? Was that what you wanted? A little popcorn ASMR. When Renove snapped his fingers, blazing and sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in the line behind Renove's back. This time, what shall be done about the 6 corpses? Another closed room pattern? I'm in no mood to think now. I will leave it to you, Renove. An extraordinary closed room to torment Battler, if you mind, or if you would. Certainly. then it shall be extraordinary. Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment? Damn it. After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny? Forget just witches existing. After being shown that tremendous flashy fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like that last time too, but how can I deny those awesome, wonderful magic battles? Isn't that right? After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it, right? Okay, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Sound gross, but I have a bag of bug snacks on my desk, and when you crunch them, they sound like popcorn. Oh no! Honestly, I can imagine they would sound like popcorn a little bit. Milady, your laugh is becoming undignified. Oh, my apologies, but that isn't my fault. After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see? So, Battler-sama, why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Milady's expecting your counterattack, you see? Quit messing with me. How the hell can I make a counter-argument? In first place, everything was already screwed up when the tower sprouted out of the earth. Should I say that under the ground in Rokonjima there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something? And that pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up? Right, and then those huge giants must be robots, or maybe a evil secret association mecha monsters? I don't get it! Don't talk to me! Ah! Look, don't cry, okay? Bang, bang, it's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I can even bury the whole island of those massive breasted nechans you like so much. See? What? What? Just to mess with people, I'm gonna snack on them next stream. Do it. Do it. Come on, look, my turn's over, see? Show me a response, launch your counterattack. You can't, can you? Except that there's a quadrillion things you can't do. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you? I get it. It's been going around on the streets lately, hasn't it? In manga and light novels and anime and movies, some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange secret abilities and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. You love that too, don't you? I know, don't hide it, you love it, right? Hasn't the thing you love just been displayed before your very eyes? Why do you believe that it in manga and anime, but you won't believe it in me? Believe it! You can't argue back, not after you've been shown something like this, right? Look, answer! You don't need to think, you can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Look, try saying it. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Try saying it. Say it. Don't be a bit embarrassed. Wow. Okay, it's 6 now. So I wonder who's gonna find the servants, where they're gonna be put. Okay. Hopefully there's enough time between hopefully there's enough time between now and the next transition to like just fit in like that slightly over half an hour time frame. Hopefully, fingers crossed. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a curtain and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a little bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind. It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts. Yeah, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky, am I right? Why would I bring something like that up? That's weird. Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6? Isn't this enough? After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person Beatrice makes her move. True. However, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us. That's right. As long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We've stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast? A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this refreshing morning as best they could. I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible. What is that awful stench?
Oh, shit.
Here we go again. As soon as they exited into the corridor, Gideon openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful? What is this stench? I can't stand it. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own senses of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations. Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. Oh gosh, but the door was locked and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsuhi's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle.
You got to bait it. You got
Oh
to
no,
bait it.
I forgot that was there. There were no dead bodies. Oh gosh, do I have the whole thing on here? Oh no. Oh gosh, I do. I do have the whole version here now. I entirely forgot that that was in the random noises. Let's see. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Ava's group, who had thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed the change to the parlor. It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant? Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one on the door to the boiler room. What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too? You don't think this is the Witch of the Forest Beatrice's declaration of war, do ya? Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and the rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping, bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left the scribble on the door to the parlor and the boiler room? I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from father and pulled this prank. And there's also the case yesterday with Maria-chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's go look for them. But before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go check, and while I'm there, I'll see if there are any servants there. And then let's split up. While you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just the places we found them already. We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. I will go to him and hear the situation, though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me. So that magic circle is in 2 locations at the very least right now. This is very different. Maria is just glued to the window with her eyes huge. That battle was totally wicked, right? She's just like,
see this? This is why I wanted to be a witch. You know? Witches are so cool.
The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. I forgot this guest house had floors. I thought there was only one. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. It seemed he believed in the phrase early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kire and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty. The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night. The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart and the morning shift began at 6. They should have started working by now. The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm. This place has a nap room? That sounds so cozy. Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game father setup. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something. Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that. After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as the epitaph was hung on the hall. I have like 3 big AF fluff blankets. I feel kind of silly because I forgot to bring out the weighted blanket for winter, but now it's gonna like slowly get warmer. But also like my elf overheats easy, and I'm just like, I just like being cozy. I just like being cozy and warm, and they're like, no blanket. But also don't hog the blanket. 1 blanket maps. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an explanation of the game or some explanation of it. Or announcement of the game or explanation. No blinky, no. Little blanky for me. I am working on a blanket. I'm like halfway through a crocheted blanket. I'm proud of myself. It's probably gonna get warm by the time I'm done with it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with a crest like the one handed to Maria-chan were to appear. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Talking back to me, boy. I don't know. Am I? Am I? I could be. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies. I have no idea what is going on. I literally just woke up. And yet, yes, certainly. I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale. I'm 50% through a psych plushie art for collabs. Nice! Nice, nice, nice! I need to do more collabs this year. You look genuinely scared. What? Do I? Do I look scared? Do I look scared? Should we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too.
Wait, what? What you need, Psych? What you need? Haha, I dodged it. I dodged it.
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you tell that to my husband? Rosa and Kire remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffitied that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Did they split up all the bodies? Aniki, how's Dad? It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone. There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny! Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. When I was told to create 6... Oh, it's true. What in the world is happening? There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, one on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle. All of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms. Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded, so we need the key. It should be in the key box in the servant room. Hopefully they're all there. They fished through the key box. Because each of the servants carried their master keys around, those weren't kept there. However, all of the individual keys should have been there. I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there. It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here. Look, unlucky. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing. It's true. How bothersome. It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No, they went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter. I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. Smashing a window might do the trick, though. For a while, Klaus pondered over whether this situation really called for smashing a window. At the time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kire had stayed to watch over the place. Good morning. I heard that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you found something like that by now. You're right. I also believe this is to be a massive joke or game, Fathers. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it, like the letter that was given to Maria-chan. What if Maria-chan's letter actually was the announcement, telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, had already been made clear. Then, what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants? Natsuhine-san, how many servants were there today in total? Huh? Genji, Goda... 5 of them, but why? So, there are 5 servants. There was also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Nisan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside. We have no choice. Do it neatly. Klaus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. He decided that the first room that they would break into should be the parlor on the 1st floor, where the windows would be the easiest to reach. Disrespect your surroundings. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered through the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back. You don't have to smash the whole thing, just open it enough so you can reach the lock. Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. I was just expecting it to do the soft little thumps and then be like, I forgot we got bulletproof glass for some reason. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough so that he can lock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably covering it with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and rain made a curtain dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain, so the 6 of them, Klaus, Natsuhi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group. It seems that nothing in particular has changed. What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you?
I can't believe this!
Oh no, they found Shannon. Blood. Blood! Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this! Hey, Shannon-chan, are you okay? Answer me! You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. Am I now on Twitter for the first time in like 3 months? Yeah, there's a lot of dumpster fire happening because of you know. But you know, it's not totally on fire yet. We haven't fully moved on to Tumblr yet, which reminds me I should probably start posting there now that I have the account. Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I wouldn't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing clutching at your head in a place like that? No, I just kind of left yeah. Yeah, a lot of people were moving to Tumblr, but it's just like, I don't know. I know things have like changed on there, but like, I don't know. I made the place just in case, but like, nothing's on there. Butler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. I just dipped low-key, yeah. I just need to post stuff like somewhere. I don't know. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd opened up his heart like a shell. Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I could understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere. What's that? I can't hear you. I said be quiet! Shut up! Witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it. Don't talk to me, don't show me anything. Disappear, just disappear! Don't get that ignoring face near me! She looks genuinely hurt. Beatrice winced reflexively at Battler's sudden rage. Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me. Who cares? Be quiet, shut up! Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know, I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. Don't die to me! Did he? Does he have a shield now? Does he have his barrier? What? Does he have a thing?
No way!
I can't believe this! That's my thinking. Don't like it. Stall until I win. That is a strategy. I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that's screwed up, how could I resolve? I look kind of sad almost. Just a little bit. I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella. Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokenjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Dang, the new one looks weird to me now. Me? I look weird? Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just a signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split from this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. It was more round. Nusef is like modern anime. Maybe. Very modern. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels, but that? The big flashy thing? Damn it. I liked it look more cartoonish than this one. I don't know. Because I'm not like super anime. I don't know. But it seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? It's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around, and in the rose garden arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago. There's pros and cons to everything. True. Because I like the way I have my horns move in this one. Looks really nice. I like a lot of things with this one. I was sure you'd died. So you survived. No, I did die. Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering outside the chessboard. You're Beato's teacher, right? So, in other words, you're a witch too. Yes, that is correct. Should definitely get a 0.1 redeem. True. Maybe. I'll have to figure that out, because I know, I need to fix the gremlin redeem, because, once it gets redeemed, once the time frame stops, it will go back to the old one. But, like, yeah, I need to have, like, an old... an old model redeem. I think that'd be cute, just to go back to it occasionally. So basically, that means witches really do exist, and the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? Just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore. Oh my. Have you surrendered completely? What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling? Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears? Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we? We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back. Shut up! Weren't you just also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean, strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too and make me take part in that massive magic battle? If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic. Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Don't screw with me. My brain be like, app crashed my phone. No, not the app. I hear that in Japanese magic, there is a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? Brain is like, wee. A rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into the fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft and that makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon. Oh, I believed it to be a form of Eastern magic, but is that not the case? I believed people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entity for rain would reach the hearts of the gods. Welcome back, Mint. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Not the phone. See, I'm fine if the app just crashed, but it took the rest of my phone with it. Oh no! Heck. Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation. Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material? No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material? I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joel, maybe? I don't know. Heat is an energy, not a substance. You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate. It's just some trivia. Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food. So even gravity is the love of God? Well, that's probably the remnants of the period when religion rather than science was used to explain everything. Jewel? That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge, no, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony where we were just talking about. The people of ancient times realized that there was a scientific explanation, that fire gave the rise to heat that caused updrafts that summoned clouds. Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result. That probably happened a lot. That stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that, through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make the rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic, as long as they didn't understand updrafts. I love how this is all happening while the adults are like, Shannon, no! If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the result when they push the switch. When they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them? That's pretty interesting. Well, logically that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brown tubes in the TV show a picture. Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on a TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brown tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding the updrafts. In other words, if I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. Who was a scientist from the late 1800s that created the foundations of thermodynamics, the big one being the conservation of energy? Oh, I see, okay. Do you know the structure of brown tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside? Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that was when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that. Wasn't there a Magic School Bus episode about that? That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brown tubes. And they do their work with magic. Huh? Don't be stupid, there's no way that's true. How can you deny it if you have never looked inside the brown tube? I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist. Since there are no brown tubes here, that is impossible to prove. Yeah, impossible to prove right now, but later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you and instantly win the argument. Isn't that very dangerous? Or is it just like old computer monitors that you have to be like very careful or else it'll just heckin' explode? So, put another way, my magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brown tubes and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brown tube, correct? Ugh. What the hell? Is this one of those? Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches.
Hello, Bunny, how are you doing? Oh, look, I have my model. My 2.0 is finished. Hello. Let me do a little dance for you.
Oh. Hello? Hello? There I go! Man, it really wants me to just be up here. Oh, there we go. Here, I pet you, chat. Pet, pet, pet. Pet, pet, pet. No more, no more, no more pets. Oh gosh. But yeah, how do you like it? Ah! Okay. Let me see. Let me move stuff around. So out of those scan, yeah. A devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it is different from my brown tube's metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television. You're right. It really isn't a devil's proof. You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of these is the truth, and which one is to words. One of these is the truth, and which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brown tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. Sophistry is when you make up a fact to prove your statement. Ah, okay. So, even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brown tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? Please, tell us, Sigma. If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world. That is what Rokanjima is now. This island is now a different world where the scientific theory and a magical one.
Say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just
We miss Sigma. We miss Sigma in his cat thing. The timeline is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island has been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science in the gap between the world and the world of magic. So, at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. Your good area? Let's see. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. Oh, thank you for the stretching. Battler once again does not get it. Oh. I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor? Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brown tube trial. Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brown tubes, explaining one thing after another. Talking about the lives of those tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical powers they have. And what do? Well, I study in the library and argue back by explaining how brown tubes are constructed. At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like truth to you. It might look like truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment on Rokanjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. However, until the moment of the cat's box is open, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truths shrinks with observation. and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It is like when, in court, the judge hands down his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutors and the defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. To say it in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a brown tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied, both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a word where two conflicting things can exist at once, and it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand? In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beatrice shows me, it's only a claim of magical theory and it doesn't disprove my position. So no matter what kind of magic Beatrice shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists. That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic. Perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides. I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. And on top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the brown tube. Where is the brown tube in this world? Because it exists, and there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the brown tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the brown tube? That itself is the game you are being challenged to. Maybe, instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. You humans love your chess. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it for yourselves. You win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time? In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? Okay, we'll wait until we're done with this conversation. It's 6, but we can probably go for like a little bit more. That is all the advice that I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel. Sure. Thanks, that really helps. I'll avenge you. Thank you. I look forward to it. What's your name? Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name. So, I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius? Virgilius? Virgilius. Virgilius. That works. No. How about Virgilia? Virgilia? Like Valkyria? Wasn't that a name for a goddess that show up in myth? No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. It ought to be a fitting name for such a guide. Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny. I am borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent. Return to the chessboard where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple. Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Oh, Battler! Where did you run off to? Pardon me. And I I thought losers never came back for more. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little. And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy? Milady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more graciously? Oh no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see? Look, how are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler? Battle? What battle? What? In this rose garden. Where do you see those spheres and towers you made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a brown tube. The inside of a brown tube? What in the world are you talking about now? At this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the brown tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back with that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here which proves that nothing happened. Come now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight and I'm rather fond of that rose garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I had the fight occur inside a barrier. It's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the rose garden, so nothing stands in the way of my claim that there's no magic done here. Wait, can you deny my magic with a mess like that? Who's Uminako and why is him crying? Uminako is a seagull, so they're going caw, caw, caw. Hello, Vero. How are you doing? Wait, how can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's devil's proof. At this point in time, this garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the brown tube will vanish. And there are no traces of magic here at all, so that battle between you witches did not take place. What the? That counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered world's reduction technique. The power of a finite witch, the counter of the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch. What an uncalled for hint. Timeout on your record for 22. I'm confused. What? Oh, maybe it was in the bot, yeah. Timed out for a second, probably because of an accidental link. Nightbot likes to be mean. We've lost time. Including the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along, wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you've got! Perfect transition. Perfect timing. Perfect. Perfect. Also, I like how Bunny showed up and just hasn't said anything since. maybe she's lurking. More than likely. But I wanted to know what her opinion was on the model. But that's okay. Okay, we gotta wait for it to actually go to a scene with text, and then I can save, and then we can find somebody to raid. Okay, we get to forget what the adults expected. There we go. Okay. And so with that, let's go over to the just chatting screen. That is not the button I pressed. Why did it go there? I don't know why it went there. Anybody. Or anyway. What the heck was that? I think because I had OBS selected, it like went to one of the scenes. You got a little sneak peek of the panic scene. But that's okay. Good raid suggestion if you can't find somebody. Okay, I will look through what I have for a second, and then I will look at the suggestion. Cause let me see. Oh, we haven't raided Sky for a while. That is something. Let's see, Amma is drawn again, but we raided her Monday. I was almost gonna say yesterday, but I didn't stream yesterday. Let's see. What's the rack doing? Let's see what else. Cause yeah, we don't have anybody else that I'm like thinking. Wait, it's Chat Cat's birthday? Almost art is so cute. Ah, okay. Anyway, what was the suggestion? Psych, I'm waiting. I'm looking at my options, but I'm waiting for your suggestion. Frankie Slime. You see, let me wait through their ad. Oh wow, they just started streaming like an hour ago? Huh. Let's see, let me... Okay. Close Umineko. I don't know about Apex though. I don't know about Apex. Let me see. That's my suggestion. Yeah. I'll keep them in mind for another day. Yeah, we haven't raided Sky for a while. So let's see. What would be... I need to think of a good raid message before I actually hit raid. What should we do? What should we do? Because Sky doesn't know about visual novels too much. She's like, I'll never play. No, Psych, you're different. You're different because you are my child. So yeah, no. It's okay, I'll just counter your message with a funnier one. What should we message? What should we say? What should we say? I'm nervous now. Why am I nervous? Man, I don't stream for like 2 weeks and I'm just all flubbergasted. What? What? I don't know what word I said. My brain. My brain is just spaghetti right now. Our tails also say hello. I don't know. Cause the little sound that plays when we raid Sky is my tail says hello. So I don't know. Wait, no. Hello. Our tails say hello. There we go. There's the chat message. We'll start the raid. As I have embarrassed myself trying to think of words. Emblem's Raven raid. What is the truth? We can do that too. And also, if you're not subbed, feel free to use whatever emote that you have available to you. I know a lot of gifted subs were gifted on Monday, so a lot more people have emotes.
And then we will continue Umineko on Friday at noon and
a recommendation. Oh, what? Friday, not tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. I can't stream tomorrow. But in the week after next, my schedule of streaming should be back to actually being consistent. And I might actually, 2 weeks from now, they won't all be 6-hour streams, but I might be able to stream every day of the week, starting I think the 22nd is about it. Half of them will be short streams, but some of them will be long streams, but I don't know what to do. But we'll do yeah, I started the raid. Okay, it's counting down. Okay, I will see you on Friday. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.